of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law, you know, that in many ways, we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let's approach with that first photograph, please. Next photo.
This is B. This is Defense Exhibit B, which is a picture of Sarah Boone on the back porch, the townhouse in question with her two dogs. Defense Exhibit C is a blow-up of the picture of inside the townhouse showing the sliding glass door as well as the staircase that leads to the master bedroom and the Defense Exhibit D is a picture of the large screen TV with 6 or 7 holes in it from where George Torres hit the TV with a bat, threatening Sarah Boone. Defense Exhibit E is a blow-up of injuries to Sarah Boone's left arm from George Torres. Defense Exhibit F is a close-up of the wound to Sarah Boone's leg where George Torres stabbed her with a steak knife. Defense Exhibit G is a close-up of Sarah Boone's face that shows where George Torres poked her with a curtain rod. Defense Exhibit H is a photograph, close-up of Sarah Boone after she was kicked in the head by George Torres. Defense Exhibit I is another close-up of Sarah Boone's face after she suffered injuries at the hands of George Torres. All these, I
Thank
believe,
you.
Judge, all these exhibits, except for the first one, A, were in Sarah Boone's phone. The state took custody of the phone. State had the photographs. The state provided the defense in discovery with these photographs. We intend on introducing these photographs. We don't intend on introducing the blow-ups. We intend on introducing the normal-sized pages of the photographs and then using these as a demonstrative aid to show the jury during opening and then closing the injuries that Sarah Boone sustained at the hands of George Torres.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens,
Yes, Sir Judge, and I sent you some case law. I'll let you guys know
when did you send it, sir?
this morning.
I have not received it.
I think, Judge, you were already on the list, so we sent it to the clerk and Jacob.
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it, a separate one, but I'll check.
Is it just these two cases? I've been provided Alsaguer v. State, 326 Southern 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Lowe v. State, 259 Southern 3rd, 23. Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Al-Khagir case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that wasn't in the record. The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida, again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. The court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm. Instructions would read, find that Sarah Boone, who because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of George Torres, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were those of a reasonable person. Goes on to say, if you find at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact to determine whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use violence. We have a good faith belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is, it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established, and that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, and certainly A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not, a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or an overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want, but in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that prior?
No, what I ruled is that you're able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. In arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. That she was facing imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B?
So look at B, which one's B?
It's her on the back porch with the 2 dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they've listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs to control Sarah Boone.
Okay, thank you.
They're checking, Judge,
All right.
on whether they have all.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, the purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about, this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such an impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You could talk about specific, some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
I've got 2 other issues.
They've been waiting for 1 hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
We intend to play the 2-minute Suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during the opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach a bench on the
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, I'm not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
No, sir.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel. Good morning, y'all may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
All right, can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of our jury, good morning. I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. And then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am.
Rode the elevator with the defendant's attorney.
Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment? And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. It's something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just to be open and honest, and I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that it would impacted you or influenced you in any way, to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. Jay, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge George Torres shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos, that the defendant herself took of this event. Evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." "That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres gets put into this suitcase, left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, Mr. Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, he's in the suitcase. The first thing she does after taking him out, and I believe you will hear a description by the defendant saying, he took his little legs out. At some point she makes that statement. And tries to resuscitate him. Hears gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out and gurgling. Then the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Who's Brian Boone? Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, no co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so it's that free schedule. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday, and now we've led into Monday, February 24th, 2020. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning, because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school ended that day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her and calls her and calls her. Then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 5 to 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right, but there's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen and the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, "Check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office in autopsy. What the doctor found was what you would expect after being left in a suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, taped shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, yeah, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso, in his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion. Will help her explain contusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas. Will help her understand for you all that that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you expect from a bruise. That's why they're running blue. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera. And it's more few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit of the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found by the suitcase by Mr. Torres, and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial, Janelle Wan. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boone wasn't even half full, so the description she is saying is one bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine but were not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th and 25th. What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the two videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again, and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her, and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. They ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres' brother, and again, Nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Ms. Boone. The text from the brother is, "Yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews." And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, "Ugh, your quote-unquote dad hit me in the face." The next text is, "Hide and seek, I shall." January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. "It's a Torres thing. Boo." Sends a picture. "Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose." The brother responds, "Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you." The defendant's response, "And bless you and all of you too. I'll get," in all capitals, "rid of him. Then it'll be," in all capitals, "better. Ugh, Torres," referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, we're all going to come up to a door that says, "Danger, keep out, stay away," by court order. And that door says, "The defendant's history with the victim is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation." Halloween in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your own house. Well, I participate during this trial. We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched, I expect the testimony will be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who had serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date, it's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, tourist flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview happening about a month before this. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting, playing around in medical evidence. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance we may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5-ER. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and I think it's text revision, something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between the experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we talk about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction as part of that. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JVC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I equated it $600,000. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things that the Fox on Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things happen to him or her. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability. Particularly in circumstances that we'll discuss in the case. So another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, it doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to Ms. Boone. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together to get there. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth to the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state submits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule if it has been? I don't know if there's any-
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Beck. Now, this is going to be a several-day trial. Obviously, today, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not sure. But we're trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably at the end of the day, or maybe Monday, so we can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took the notes. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to write a will. No higher call than to write a will. And we're going to ask you at the end of the case to write this will. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had. And considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine, and then of course there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah, and you're going to hear the testimony about that, and that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money. But they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in and going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows. This is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they move it back and forth. Well, as she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know, they're intoxicated, she doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out, or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get up. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George is, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense. You can hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain. But there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you. Why that happened. What were the circumstances surrounding that? Involving a bat. Her son comes and stays with them from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there. And there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loved you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak. Vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, you know, as many of us do when we drink too much, you know, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. And her son is at Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. She calls Brian, look, what do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. He said, call 911. She calls 911 within a minute, two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And you know, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out. And then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. You may hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these two videos. Sarah's not aware, she doesn't remember making the video, if you can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Cops was pregnant. Or Detective Cops was pregnant. They said, end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. I'm pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was to tell you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead, it was an interrogation, and they were going to arrest her. They'd made their mind up already. And they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videotapes. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone will give you. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. Police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress. We're here today, full packed courtroom. Judge Cranen's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind, and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in open, or in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now, you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can the parties approach for a moment? State, you may call your first witness.
State will call Juan Torres.
Mr. Torres, raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, I'd say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes, pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone,
It was on speaker.
and who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it. We just hung out.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir. Let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020, and that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before this, before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, do your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
State would call Devin Jamro.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat, and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's Devinjamro.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently, the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as States D and been shown to defense?
D is in Delta?
D as in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes,
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store.
yep, yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as States D will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as States J and shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes,
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
yes,
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 PM and another at approximately 5:39 PM?
yes,
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
they do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as States J will be received into evidence without objection as States 2. Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Joan Williams.
Raise your right hand to the wall, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Right. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The parties approach momentarily. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Vincent Battaglia.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Moats.
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for the child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever, that's out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut, like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it. So.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that, it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was like where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, you know? Then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. It literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Tagley, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you,
Yeah.
just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them,
Yeah.
were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
Right. And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know, from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres, that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
Now, Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
A recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020?
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object this to improper impeachment.
Approach. Objection's overruled for now.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7? 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was the arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, sir, you are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
Bless you.
Raise your right hand, please, for me. Swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON MOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so, when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until around like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing? Yeah,
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to, like, our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably. Like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor?
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a one-story apartment, and then they next door had like a two-story townhouse, so we only had the one floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and then it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally, like, it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay. Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah
I
sleep?
would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself? Or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now, I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you, you said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was like 10-something, initially it was around 7 p.m., you heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth or if it was
Let me
just
ask
one
you this,
person
did you
yelling.
hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay, were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay. If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right. All right, sir, you're released, subject to recall. Thank you. Can the parties approach? members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Conclusion drawn in the first 30 minutes of this case.
Okay. And training, was that sick or what was that?
It was a homicide school or a managing death investigations. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was in one of those because
Okay.
I've been to several schools relating to death investigations. I don't remember which one it was, but I do remember that they talked about bodies typically just in brush fires or that fall on little burn piles don't end up that severely burned. And so that is something I do remember, but I don't remember which class it was from.
Okay. So in any of those classes at your homicide school, did they tell you that it's very common that there are people that will come to the police first to steer the investigation away from themselves? You obviously were told that in homicide school, right?
That is something I've learned through my career, yes.
You learned that. Okay. So would that not have been suspicious to you that Scott Farris, within an hour, is pointing you away from him, and he has provided you with his mother's alleged financial motive and a murder weapon? And nobody had a clue that there had been a murder.
I wouldn't say that that made us necessarily suspicious of him, but right out of the gate, we were doing an investigation into what happened to Gary, which included, as the investigation got more and more information, it included investigating Scott. We looked at Scott and his potential involvement into the death of Gary as quickly and as reasonably as we did anyone else in this case that we knew of that we needed to look at. So Scott was investigated for any of his involvement. I believe we forensically analyzed his phone and looked at, I believe phone records were obtained for him. His alibi was sought out and he was interviewed multiple times. So Scott was investigated. It's not something that we just took his word for it because he said it.
We'll talk about that because I don't think you were involved in a lot of the follow-up years later investigation of Scott. But at this point, after your interview with Scott, what did you go do? Did you go tell Hayes what he said? What did you do?
I don't remember if I spoke to Hayes before I interviewed Chris, but the next thing I did was speak to Chris. And that was also done in my vehicle away from everyone else, and that was also audio recorded.
All right, so you went from Scott to Chris. All right, tell me what Chris told you.
In speaking with Chris, he relayed a lot more of the family dynamics between Melody and Gary and things he had seen and things that his daughters had told him that they had seen. And we spoke about the relationship and we spoke about the finances. We spoke about him and how the body was found and what his observations were and things of that nature.
Okay.
And he told you, you asked him where he was through the last couple of days, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you remember what he told you?
Yes, sir. Over the course of, I spoke to Chris twice in particular, and through those two conversations, I did get a list of his timelines from basically the 3rd through the 5th, because Gary was last seen by anybody reasonably on the 3rd, and Chris was one of the last people to have seen him.
Okay. In that conversation, did Chris bring up to you that his parents had been upset about a month before for him stealing from his father? Did you ever find that out?
I don't remember if I spoke to Chris about that or not.
Okay. All right. So at what point did you glean anything else from his interview, by the way?
That Melody was exceedingly upset that there was a beach trip plan that Gary was going to be paying for a condo.
Because he was stealing money from the family.
In that particular case, from the way Chris explained it to me, is that he wanted to go on a beach trip to take his children. He had mentioned it to Gary. And Gary had offered to basically, the way I understood it, was upgrade the room because Gary could afford a nicer room than Chris could afford. So the belief was that Gary would pay for the nicer room and that Melody was invited and that they would all go on a nice beach vacation together, which was supposed to happen, I believe, a couple days after the 5th, but I don't remember the exact date the beach trip was supposed to happen.
Okay. So at this point, had you learned from either Scott or Chris that she was having affairs
Yes, that came up in our conversations as well.
with Scott and Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So they'd already both told you their mother's having affairs and the issue with her being angry about money, things like that,
Yes, sir.
that they were taking from their dad?
That their dad was giving them.
Okay. That's your opinion.
That's what they told me.
That's what they told you, right?
Yes.
And that's what you believed.
No, that's just what they told me.
All right. So at what point was it then your job? I think you said yesterday you just kind of went and stood next to the tractor for an extended period of time.
I did. I went and secured the tractor because we knew that it had been moved and it was something that was far away from where we're all standing at because the barn was pretty far away.
Okay.
So I was asked to go stand by with the tractor until a member of the crime scene unit could come and process it.
All right. Did you walk through the barn at any point?
At one juncture, I did follow Lieutenant Stewart, who's on the crime scene unit, as he was photographing, and I walked with him.
You were with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would have been going back to Stewart photos. So you were over here at this tractor.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what time of the day, were you with him when these pictures were, is that you?
That is me.
Okay. So you were with him when pictures were being taken.
Yes, sir.
Did you, were you the one that spotted the blood on the step, or was that Stewart?
No, sir, that was not me.
Okay. This blood?
I'm not aware of that blood. He processed the tractor, I did not.
Okay. But why were you staying with him the whole time?
Just to hold things for him and hand him stuff when he needed it.
So you were with him when he took these pictures?
I did follow behind him, yes.
So you'd have been right there, right here with him? Yes?
Or nearby.
Okay. And you've seen this room in the barn?
I'm not sure what specifically in the barn that I saw at that juncture.
Does any of this ring a bell?
It does look familiar.
Okay. So, how long were you with Stewart before you went back to interviewing witnesses?
I believe when I was with Stewart, it was around 8 p.m. At a certain juncture, I ended up back at the house and in the basement, and that was a little after, around 10 o'clock. And that's when I asked the crime scene unit if I could assist with them searching the basement.
Okay. Well, let me stop before we get into the search of the basement. Did you, and I forgot to ask you this, and this was in your report too, when you were talking to Chris. Chris made it a point also, and we're still within the first 2 hours of your investigation. He tells you that his mother has a relationship with, I believe, Rusty Barton. Brings up the name Rusty Barton within the first 2 hours. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And that she has a tattoo, XOXO. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And has 2 cell phones. Yes?
Yes, sir. It had come up that I don't think Chris had the specific knowledge of the 2 cell phones. That more came from Scott. But Chris did mention it because I believe he had heard it from Scott.
The XOXO was the tattoo, was the contact in the phone. That's what he told you, Chris.
And I believe he learned that information from his children. I don't believe he had seen that himself, if I recall correctly.
Okay. So let's go back to, oh, and you were also around for the accelerant test, correct?
Yes, sir. I did take photos as Investigator Daniels swabbed the hands of Melody Farris and Scott Farris.
All right, so in that swab, did anybody ever think to do y'all even have a gunpowder residue test or anything like that?
We do have GSR kits, yes, sir.
All right. Did anybody ever think about doing something like that?
GSR kits, gunshot residue is very short-lived evidence. If a shooting had happened a day or 2 earlier, we're generally not going to be doing gunshot residue kits on people days later. That's something we try to do very quickly after a gun's been discharged.
Okay.
Almost to the point of an exigency to get it because the evidence can be so short-lived.
Sure. What about on a gunshot residue test? I think that's what GSR?
GSR, yes, sir.
Can you do that on like walls and furniture and stuff?
I have not personally done it on a wall or furniture, and I don't know what the GBI stance specifically of that is.
The GBI?
Yes, we send the GSR kits to the GBI's forensics labs for processing. We don't process those in-house. We will collect them, package them, and send them off for testing.
But it's something that could have been done, yes?
I'm not aware if that is a proper use of the GSR kits. I have not done that myself.
All right. So about what time did you go in the house?
I don't remember exactly what time I would have re-entered the home.
All right. But definitely after the warrant was signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's what you testified to earlier. So you found this bullet right here.
I did.
All right. What else did you find in the house?
The only other items I recall specifically collecting were a comb, a toothbrush, and a razor.
Right. So you found this bullet. Did you take these? Did you take these pictures?
No, sir.
Because you had a camera with you, right?
At that juncture, I don't believe that I did.
So let's talk about how you found this bullet. Down in this basement area. This would be the basement area?
Yes, sir.
So how did you find it?
Well, after asking Lieutenant Ballard and Melanie Thrasher if I could assist them in searching the basement, I was walking around the coffee table and I looked down and saw the projectile.
All right. Was the ottoman pulled out from the chair like this, or was it up against the chair?
It was not up against the chair when I looked down and saw the projectile.
So this is important, and I just kind of want to talk about everything you saw at that time before anybody else saw this bullet. You didn't see any blood at all on the chair, right?
I had not seen any blood on the chair, no, sir.
And did you see anything that appeared to be broken or out of place?
I don't know necessarily what would be in place or out of place, but I didn't see any blood, and I don't recall seeing anything broken.
Well, you saw a bullet, and you believe that to be out of place, right?
I did, yes.
And you saw some blood on the floor. You believe that to be out of place, right?
I didn't go specifically look at the blood because they were processing it and taking photographs at the time, so I stayed pretty far back. But yes, I did see the projectile on the ground, and when you see a bullet with blood on it, it does look out of place when you have a body that's severely burned on a fire.
Okay. But right here in this picture, which is a zoomed in version of this, there was no other blood around this bullet, right?
I'm not sure. As soon as I was looking in the area and I saw the bullet, the crime scene processing unit was only a couple feet away, so I got their attention and I stepped back and let them process and collect the evidence.
But you didn't see that. You didn't see any blood, correct?
I didn't see any blood.
Right.
Next to the bullet, no, sir.
Right. And you didn't see any holes in the chair or anything like that?
No.
All right. Because that would make sense. You know, if a bullet has been shot and somehow it's underneath an ottoman, that it would probably go through the ottoman, would it not?
That's an inaccurate statement.
Well, then you tell me.
Well, very simply, I don't know what the bullet hit when it was fired, and I don't entirely know exactly what it would have struck or not struck it.
Detective Cockendall, I understand that it's been kind of made out that you were not very important to this investigation, but on July the 5th of 2018, you were important to this investigation, were you not?
I do believe that I was an important player and investigator in this case, so I don't think that I
You
would
don't
say
think
I was
you were, or you do? I couldn't hear you.
I think that I am an important part of this case, yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So at that time, you're in the basement, you find the bullet, and you don't think it's important to look around and see, oh, could this have ricocheted off of anything? Should we look into that? Should we take pictures of that? Yes?
I turned the scene of, as soon as I found the bullet, I turned it over to our crime scene processing unit because they have a lot more advanced training than I do in evidence collection. And I let them photograph, and of course I looked around to see if I could see a bullet hole or any other evidence, and I just didn't see anything that hadn't already been spotted. The only thing I saw that hadn't already been observed, notated, or photographed or marked was the bullet.
So as this case is going on, this jury has heard from a number of witnesses, crime scene techs along the way, crime scene tech Thrasher. Would you believe her to have been the one in charge of the house?
I'm not sure from a crime scene perspective who was in charge of searching the crime scene.
And I think it's been hard for us, as we've sat here through this trial, to figure out who's actually in charge of this case and this crime scene. But tell me if this is an accurate statement. Crime scene techs take information from detectives to find what to look for, yes?
Yes.
All right. So then detectives, they get information from crime scene techs to know what questions to ask. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, but it kind of seems as if there's no real organization in this crime scene. Did you feel that this crime scene was unorganized at the time?
No, sir.
Can you tell me why not?
Well, the scene was organized. We had a number of supervisors on scene. We had captains, lieutenants, sergeants, we had a case agent, and the scene was organized, but the scene was large. So any one person is going to be likely not know what all the other people are responsible for doing because they know what their task is. So there was organization on the scene, and it wasn't disorganized.
Who was running this whole case at that time?
We had, well, there was a number of supervisors that were there that were running various aspects of the case. We had Captain Pinion at the time was there, Lieutenant Darrell Clark was there, Lieutenant Ballard was there, Lieutenant Carter was there as well at one juncture. We had Sergeant Shaw was over at the burn pile for a large portion of it. And when I found the bullet, Lieutenant Ballard was in the basement with Melanie Thrasher as they were processing the blood that was found next to the bar.
Okay. So here's where I want to know. On this crime scene, where did the buck stop? Who was the final say on this crime scene? There had to be one.
Well, in this particular case, what I was being tasked with, I was being asked to perform specific job functions for the most part, and I was accomplishing those job functions and then either reporting back to Sergeant Hands or Detective Hayes. So from my perspective, those are typically, I was getting asked to do things like stand by the tractor. Once I completed that, I went back to find out what else I needed to do.
Okay.
So very specifically, I responded back to my direct supervisor or Detective Hayes, who was the case agent.
But it appears, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there were multiple leaders on this crime scene, correct?
There had to be because the scene was so large. So at a certain juncture, for example, at the barn, when Sergeant or Lieutenant Stewart, I don't know his rank at the time, when he was at the barn processing the barn and no other crime scene techs were around, he was responsible for that area of the property. He was responsible for processing that. And then you had the area of the burn pile, and then you had the area of the home. So yes, there was different levels of supervision, plus the structure of any police agency is a rank-based structure. So you have investigators and detectives who answer to sergeants, and the sergeants answer to lieutenants, and the lieutenants answer to captains. And when you have all of those on scene, they do have different areas of responsibility. So it's not disorganized, there's just a rank structure. And yes, different people are in charge of different aspects of the case.
All right. So, but it seems very chaotic on this crime scene from everything that's been presented to this jury.
I wouldn't describe it as chaotic. There was a lot going on, and if anyone wasn't aware of what was happening from the outside looking in, I can't know what somebody would have seen or thought. But from my perspective, I didn't think it was disorganized. I thought we did have organization. I knew what my job role was, and I knew who to go back and report to.
Were you aware that this was that Thrasher was new in the crime as a crime scene tech? Did you know that?
I don't know how new she was or wasn't.
You didn't know?
I'm not on the crime scene unit.
Was there ever a discussion, were you involved in any discussion to ever say, because you say you're well trained, and the GBI sometimes is invited to take over crime scenes because they have quite a lot of resources, yes? And training.
There are agencies that do request the GBI to take over crime scenes, and there's other times where agencies request the GBI to come out and help or assist for something that they have. They are able to further that investigation through their knowledge and expertise, but it is agency dependent.
Okay. But you would agree with me that the GBI is well trained at crime scene intake?
The GBI is well trained, yes, sir.
Okay. So were you around or available for any discussions that would have taken place regarding inviting the GBI to come take over this crime scene?
I was not part of any discussion that discussed the GBI taking part of the crime scene. We have very experienced crime scene technicians that have a lot of training, knowledge, and experience, and we generally retain our own cases, and I'm not aware of any case, and I'm not aware of any case we've ever turned over to the GBI crime scene unit, unless, I actually can't think of a single one where we've ever turned over a crime scene to the GBI in whole. Now they have come out and assisted, and they do work officer-involved shootings from their perspective, but that's a different thing because they are the ones who handle those.
Okay. So you found the bullet and then left, essentially, after that, not long after that.
I do believe that I had conversations with Detective Hayes and Sergeant Hands, and then ultimately I did speak with Chris a little bit after finding the bullet.
Now, while you were walking around, had anybody started to talk about we should luminol this house?
That was not a conversation I probably would have been a part of.
All right. And did anybody think about luminoling the barn?
I don't know if that was a conversation. I wouldn't have been a part of that conversation.
Well, the reason I have a problem with that, because at the time you had interviewed multiple very important parties in this case. And if you're not communicating, okay, so this guy over here says there's a bullet, that's you, and this guy says a gun's missing, shouldn't you be communicating with the crime scene techs about what they need to be looking for?
Yes, and that communication was done.
And that was done. And then you kind of communicate it and you leave, but you don't double check and say, hey, did you guys do gunshot residue on the walls? You didn't ask that question?
I did not tell the crime scene unit how to process the crime scene.
Right, it's just like you boom, hand it off, I gotta go. That's what you did.
It's not exactly like that. We generally have a discussion. I pass the information up my chain of command and also make sure the case agent knows, and that information is communicated between the different entities, but it's not an accurate depiction of we pass the information off and then we run away and do something else. That's just simply not how it goes. But I also don't tell the crime scene techs how to process the crime scene because I'm not trained in advanced crime scene processing like they are.
Okay. And Detective Kuykendall, you would agree with me, and I understand you work for Cherokee County Sheriff's Department and you have since what year?
I was hired in 2011.
2011. So you've been there, you're a career man. You've been there 13 years. And I wouldn't expect you to say anything adverse to your agency. But you would agree with me that you had never been on a crime scene like this at that time, where you have a crime scene that is a burn pile, you have a crime scene at a house, and also you have other crime scene at a barn. You've got, at least at that point, a tractor with blood on it that had been found. So you have at least 3 different locations in this very large property. You've never been involved in anything like that, yes?
That's an inaccurate statement.
Well, then tell me why I'm wrong.
We've been on plenty of scenes that have multiple scenes, but at the same token, every murder's different. So if the fact of you had a barn, a tractor, a burn pile, and a house, that very specific set of items to process insecure? I'm not aware of that specifically presenting itself, but have we worked crime scenes that are very large and have multiple areas and multiple spots that are roped off prior to this? Absolutely.
Okay. So at what point did you go back to interview witnesses?
As I had said, I spoke with Chris over the phone again that night around midnight, and then the next day I came
Had you been informed
back
yet
to
when
the
you,
house.
when you talked to Chris, had you been informed there was a bullet?
Yes, when
And
I
so-
talked to Chris in the phone call at night, yes.
Right, and you noted, and I noticed something about you, Detective Cactal, and I think you are a polite person. I don't think many people would, especially this jury, sit here and listen to me talk for, I don't know, 2 weeks now. And I don't know that I would get regarded as a polite person, but you are. And you called Chris, and you, which at that time he would have been a suspect, right?
I don't think that at that juncture I could rightly call anyone. I think the best way to describe it is like this. At the very early stages of this investigation, I know most people have heard of Schrodinger's cat. It's both dead and alive in a box all at the same time. It's almost like that. Both everybody's a suspect and nobody's a suspect because we didn't have enough information to rule people in or rule people out.
But you called Chris in the middle of the night, and you apologized to him. You said, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry that I have to tell you this, but there was a bullet found in your father. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, I did call Chris and revealed to him that we found evidence that his father was shot.
And did you do the same thing for Scott?
I did not.
Okay. But you told Chris.
Yes.
All right. And that essentially means that you ruled him out at that point as a suspect.
That is not true
Why is that not true?
because it's not.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about some of the follow-up investigation you did or did not do on Chris. You called Jenna, yes?
I did.
In the days following?
Yes.
Maybe the next week. I think it was the next week.
I actually had reached out to Chris and Scott, I believe, on Saturday. I'm sorry, I called Chris and Jenna, and I reached out to them and left a message on Saturday
All right.
morning-ish time frame.
All right. And when did you eventually talk to Jenna? Do you
I
remember?
believe it was Tuesday the 10th.
Tuesday the 10th. So you talked to Jenna, and what had Chris told you about where he was or where he was through the hours of the 3rd? Because the jury's familiar with the timeline at this point, so we won't go back through all that. But you received kind of a timeline of the case and the last time that Gary had been seen. So what did you learn about what Chris had been doing?
In terms of which conversation? My conversation with Jenna?
Let's go with what Chris said first.
I had run through Chris's timeline with him, and again, we're not going to go back through it, but I had gotten his timeline from the 3rd through the 4th and through the 5th towards getting back to the house when the body was found. And I did ultimately talk to Jenna to get a statement from her regarding Chris's whereabouts and her accounting of that as well.
Okay, so you knew from Chris that he went to the property on the 3rd.
Yes.
And saw his father about 5:30 or 5 o'clock that day with his daughter Addison, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, and it took a long time later before anybody asked this question, but you didn't ask what his dad was wearing, did you?
No, I believe in one of my initial conversations with Chris, I asked him what his dad was wearing.
Okay. What about what his mom was wearing?
I asked that, and I remember I transitioned at one juncture back to what Gary was wearing, and I never clarified what Melody was wearing.
All right. And then they left, and they went to where?
I believe they went to a QT to get slushies.
All right. What about after that?
After that, they went home and picked up his wife, and then went to Poke City, which is a restaurant that's about a few minutes from their house.
So let's talk about what you did. You talked about Poke City. Did you go down there to
No,
Poke City?
No, sir. I was never asked to go down there.
You were never asked to go down there.
Correct.
Did you call Poke City?
I did.
And what did Poke City say? They said what?
They said they have video, but they wouldn't give me any information about it at all over the phone.
All right. But you didn't say, hey, Detective Hayes, Poke City said they got video. Can I go down there and get it?
No, I would have relayed that information to Detective Hayes.
You would have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so who would have had to have made the call to say, I need you to go down there and look at that video.
I was never asked to go look at that video, so I did not go down there and look at it.
And you didn't volunteer to do that either, right?
No, sir, because I was being tasked with doing various things, and I was accomplishing those tasks to the best of my ability.
And then Chris said he went home and slept that night, right?
So after going to Poke City, he went and dropped Jenna back off at the house, and then took Addison to get ice cream or gelatos, and then went back to the house, and then that's where they slept.
Where'd they get gelatos?
I'm not sure exactly where they got gelatos.
Did you call to check that out?
He was with Addison. I don't remember if I asked that specifically where they got ice cream or not.
Well, that would have helped you with the timeline to know when he got the ice cream and then he got back to the house.
The timeline wouldn't, their house is so far away from, so two things points to that. One, he's reporting being with his daughter. That's something I can verify that she's corroborating that statement that they went and got ice cream and went back home. So I have a person I could ask that question to. In addition to that effectively the length of time they would have been gone wasn't enough time to get all the way back up to the farm and then get all the way back home because they lived like 50 minutes away.
How many minutes?
I think they estimated it was about a 50-minute drive. I recall.
That's your estimate. You didn't check it out. You didn't go drive it?
I did not go drive it, no.
Okay, all right. So they go back to the apartment. You don't know what time because you never checked out when they had gelato. And apparently went to bed. So what did Chris do? Where did Chris sleep in the house?
I believe he slept in a bedroom different than Jenna that night because Addison wanted to sleep with Jenna.
Correct. And you were told that by Jenna, correct? Days later?
I believe I was told that specifically by Jenna, yes.
All right. And, you know, go
I
ahead.
also asked her if she would have known if Chris would have left the house, and she said that she would have been aware if he had left the house that night while they were sleeping.
While she was sleeping, she would have known. But would it shock you that she testified in front of this jury that she didn't know that he got up and left and went to the Peachtree Road Race that day?
I didn't hear her testimony, so I don't know what she said or didn't
When
say.
when he left, she really didn't know. Right? You didn't check in on it, is what I'm saying. And so once you found out about this, when did you dump Chris's phone?
I did not dump Chris's phone.
All right. Did anybody? Do you know?
I'm not aware of all of the investigative actions that were done in this case. So I was specifically, again, tasked with accomplishing certain things, and I would go and accomplish those tasks and then report them back. So I don't know all of the things that were being done because I wasn't the case agent.
And we don't either. But it appears through all of the reports and everything in this case that you were kind of tasked with Chris and certain other people that were involved in this case, whereas Detective Hayes kind of more focused on Melody. You focused on everybody else. That was kind of, am I wrong?
Yes. I was tasked with talking to specific people at specific times or calling specific locations or going with people for specific things.
And you were just picking up the phone. You didn't go see these people. A lot of them, it was just recordings of phone calls, recordings of phone calls.
Some of them were phone calls, absolutely.
Sure. And you were
And
just,
sometimes we did go, like, for example, I went with Sergeant Westberg down to Burn Foreman to talk to Angela Phillips and his business partner, Eric Durlacher. That's not something we did over the phone.
all right, so you went down there and talked to Angela Phillips, but you didn't go down and talk to Jenna Farris.
Correct.
Right.
I did talk to Jenna Farris over the phone.
Did you also not find it weird in the phone call that Jenna Farris basically ended the phone call with, "Can we be done now?"
I had actually, I believe, had to, because Jenna Farris was obviously somebody that we did want to talk to because we were trying to speak to her. So if I recall correctly, I had to actually call some family members and try to get them to get Jenna to call me so that I could speak with her.
All right. So, in your opinion, you believe that even though Chris Farris was ultimately never checked out by any form of cell phone tracking, any kind of tracking, nothing, and his wife said she didn't sleep with him that night, and you didn't go check any surveillance photos or footage from his apartment, right? You didn't check that.
Well, you started out kind of going towards one question, then transitioned into another one.
I'll do a better job. I appreciate you being polite again, Sergeant Kuykendall. I'll do a better job with my question. Don't you think that you should have went and checked to see if there was some surveillance footage of the apartment complex that night when you found out that Chris Farris did not sleep with his wife?
I was not necessarily independently going and doing a bunch of things. I was being asked to do certain things, getting that information and relaying it back. And then I would
You
be
didn't
given another
volunteer to
task.
do those things, did you?
No, sir. I was being tasked with doing them or asked to do them, so I did them.
Right, but you're a detective. That's your job, right?
It is.
You are to investigate crimes. You are to go talk to witnesses and say, you know, I think detectives are the smart ones, right? That's why you're a detective, right?
Detectives are the smart ones.
Right. Well,
It almost implies that other people aren't smart, which is why I hesitated.
what I'm saying is detectives are the ones who get off the street and they go out and they investigate crimes. They use their brain. They think out on the street and they investigate these cases. Yes?
Yes.
So if you find something, then you go investigate further. Yes? This is not controversial. Yes?
When, in this particular instance, and in this particular case, when I was asked to call, for example, Jenna Farris to get a statement from her and do what I can to get a statement from her, because at this juncture we had already been trying to talk to her for several days and she wasn't returning our phone calls. So,
Time out. Time out. Would you not find that suspicious?
well, at this juncture in the case, Melody had retained an attorney who advised the family to stop talking to us. So yes, we were having challenges talking to the family because her attorney told them to stop talking to us.
You'd admit that was good legal advice, right?
I can't comment on legal advice because I'm not an attorney.
Thank you, Detective Kuykendall.
You're welcome.
But you never looked for surveillance footage, obviously.
I did not know, sir.
You were not tasked with that. You were
Correct.
not tasked with doing a phone dump of Chris Farris, correct?
I did not dump Chris Farris's phone. No,
You
sir.
did not dump Jenna Farris's phone.
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody ever did, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. But you do know that you did dump Terry Brazel's phone, right?
I did not dump it, but we did get his consent when we were talking with Terry, and we went back to the free home precinct that his phone was forensically analyzed.
All right, so you did. That's just a neighbor, right?
It was somebody who was also friends with Melody, and when I was speaking with her, when I was asking her if she had anybody pursuing her, things of that nature, and it was kind of a long drawn out kind of questioning about other guys involved in her life to find out what other males might be around. Terry Braswell was the name that was mentioned. In addition, he shows up on her phone records in the time frame that we were investigating of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So talking with him and forensically analyzing his phone and getting a statement from him and looking at his phone records would have been something that this case would have involved.
Okay. But you spent more time with Terry Braswell than checking out the alibi of Chris Farris.
I don't think that that is a fair representation because I was specifically asked to talk to Janet, and I did, and she ended the phone call at that juncture. And I was asked to find out if Poke City would have video or not have video, which I did do. And in terms of Terry, when we were speaking with him, we had a number of things we were trying to get out of Terry, so we did speak with him for a little while and ultimately determined that dumping his phone would be a good course of action at that juncture, and he consented to it, so we did he drove himself to the free home precinct, and we met him there, and his phone was forensically analyzed.
So since you weren't tasked with things, and you got to help me with this structure, because again, it seems like there's just a lot of different people making calls, but nobody's really at the top making the ultimate calls and controlling this case. Who would have made the decision to dump Chris Farris's phone?
That would have been the case agent.
The case agent?
Yes, sir.
Can you say his name?
Detective Hayes.
Detective Hayes. All right. What about doing any cell phone tower searches of Chris Farris?
I don't know what cell phone towers were or weren't searched.
Okay. But you weren't tasked, obviously.
I was not tasked with writing a search
That's
warrant to dump
established.
cell
That's
towers.
established. I'm sorry. Moving on, You then interviewed a Joanna Newton?
Yes.
Who was that?
She's a neighbor whose property resides on kind of the backside, well, what I call the backside. Basically follow the road down, it kind of goes to a cul-de-sac, and her property's over in that area. So I did speak with her over the phone, but she wasn't home during the time frame that this would have happened.
All right. What about?
She wasn't home on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th at all, so she was out of town.
And you called the golf course at some point.
I did.
That Scott was at.
I called the Hampton Golf Club because that was where Scott had said he went at 7:30 in the morning on the 4th, and I did follow up. I spoke with the Trevor Cross initially, and he walked me, and he was able to confirm that there was a 7:30 tee time that was scheduled by Ted. It was scheduled online. He was able to give me the pricing, how it was paid for. There was cash transactions and credit card transactions to pay for it. Part of it was paid online, part of it was in person. So they don't have video though, and I was able to speak to him, and he was able to confirm that the reservation was under the name Ted Pierce. And then a day or two later, Sean Kelly, who's a head golf pro, called and confirmed that he saw Philip the morning of the 4th as well. But they don't have any video there to obtain.
Did you go by and check, see if they had video? They just told you they didn't?
Correct.
What about tell me who Frank Allen and Portia Allen are.
They're across the street neighbors.
What did they tell you? There's something interesting there.
They had seen Gary on basically what they called the side-by-side earlier in the afternoon, down by the mailbox end of the driveway area. And they had also heard some fireworks in the area, I believe, as well.
Right. And did you get a timeline on those fireworks? It's not in your report.
But I don't remember what day they heard fireworks, but everybody, it's the 3rd and the 4th of July. I'm positive people were shooting off fireworks in those time frames.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea, though, to maybe ask them that question about what time frame they heard the fireworks?
I did. I just don't remember what they said.
Okay. You didn't write it in your report.
That's
Okay. All right, so let's move on to another interesting character you ran across, John Lambert.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about John Lambert.
John Lambert works for, I'm going to get his company name wrong, I believe it's Home Innovation Technologies, something close to that. He services the automation systems in the houses. I was asked to call him, and I called him and spoke with him over the phone. He was able to clarify that he does not work on the security system in the house or the surveillance system in the house, so he wasn't able to assist with that because he doesn't service that. He services the other automated systems. He also said that he was out at the house about a year earlier to do some of the service work. He met with Scott. He thought Scott was really odd, thought he was just strange. And also he reported hearing what he believed were gunshots in the area of the Purcell Lane and Birmingham Highway on the 3rd in the evening hours at I believe 9 or 10.
That's what your report says. Yes?
I believe so, yes.
And so that was just a phone call with John Lambert, right?
Yes, sir.
How come you guys didn't set up an interview with him?
The information he gave is documented in my report, and not every conversation is recorded, and not every conversation necessitates bringing somebody in. I inquired further as to why he thought Scott was odd, and very simply, he referenced his military history as something that he just thought was strange, and also Scott made a comment about while looking over the property, reference that one day, would all be his, and wasn't said in a nefarious or threatening manner, so it did not necessitate having him come in to tell me that further.
How come you didn't put that in your report? About Scott saying it would be his one day?
Because my report is a summary, and I did notate that John thought Scott was odd, which he did.
Okay. Thank you very much, Detective. Okay, then you went and talked to Joanne Ward on July the 24th. How did you wind up getting up with Joanne Ward?
I was asked to give her a phone call, so I called her and spoke with her over the phone.
Did you know why you were asking to call her?
I do not remember exactly why I was asked. I was just called. She was somebody that had information, and I needed to call and see what she had to say.
Okay, what did you learn?
I learned that she knew Gary from work, but they didn't work in the same law office. They just worked in the same building. And she said that basically they had had kind of a flirty dynamic to their relationship, and they were talking and texting and emailing each other. And it was flirting in nature, but it never progressed past that because she was not inclined to want to go further with anything unless there was what I think she referred to as extenuating circumstances, I think the term she kept using. So Gary was not divorcing Melody or separated from her, so she didn't want to get into any kind of further relationship with him.
But she did note, and or at least you noted in your report, that he did not wear a wedding ring.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also interviewed Angela Phillips with Eric Durlacher, and you never asked Angela Phillips whether or not she was having an affair with Gary, correct? That never came up in your interview.
I don't recall if I specifically asked her that question. I think that we did explore the nature of their relationship, and I don't think that's something that she ever offered up to us.
Okay. But you found out later that she called back and was interviewed again, correct?
I'm not aware of exactly
You didn't know,
what.
and then she revealed that they had a relationship in the 90s.
I think I had heard that, but it was like years later.
Years later. But you didn't ask.
I don't recall if that's something that specifically came up in the interview. I don't recall if we directly asked her that or not.
So let's kind of get to what I want to ask you, and then I will sit down. I've not interviewed you or crossed you as long as I thought I would today, but you spent hours with Detective Hayes talking to Melody Farris, yes?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were the kind of the primary interviewer you were the good cop in the interview, yes?
I wouldn't say that we utilize any kind of good cop, bad cop strategy. We, at that juncture in the investigation, you have to understand, this is less than 24 hours after Gary was found on the fire. The amount of information that we had at that time was rather limited. We simply were interviewing her to see what information we could get from her so that, again, we could get information, find evidence with that information, and get to the truth of what happened to Gary. When we talked to Melody, we were just trying to get that information that she had or what she would tell us. It was an effort to see what she would say, and as long as she was talking to us, we were getting information so that we could follow up with it.
But you were already accusing her of a murder.
I don't believe we ever specifically accused her of a murder in that interview.
And you spent hours and hours and hours with Melody, but you spent just a little bit of time with Scott.
I think we did speak with Melody for about 4 hours, but at a certain juncture, we were not in control of how that conversation necessarily ended. So the length of time is not entirely something that we had control over.
Okay, but you were taking information that you had gathered from Scott and Chris, and you were questioning her about the information that you learned from Scott and Chris, yes?
That's partially true, but it's also information we had found at the scene through speaking to or through talking to other family members, but also the scene itself, what we had observed, the projectiles that we found both in the house and in the decedent's body, and also the blood in the house and the movement of the tractor and things like this are part of the conversation. But also we wanted to know what information she had and what information she could offer us and what information she could give us, because we needed to know what knowledge she had about everything that happened on those days, because at the end of because she is the decedent's wife, she was at the house the night that in the time frames this could have occurred, and we needed to know if she saw anything suspicious, if she saw anything out of place, if anything had been moved, if she saw lights in the woods, if she saw somebody at the house, if she saw a suspicious vehicle. These are things that we would only know by asking her.
So you were also present for the dummy test. So I guess you'd kind of been removed from the case for a while.
Yes, sir.
How were you removed from the case, by the way?
I was retasked to do something else shortly after this case had transpired. So I went and did my job in another capacity, and I was asked to do some follow-up over time. The dummy test was one of those tasks I was asked to help out with.
All right, so you were asked to help with the dummy test, and there were two dummies. The dummy was shot in two different locations in the house, yes?
I'm not sure exactly where all the dummy was shot in the house. I was up at Scott's little area up there with one of Marshall's office people.
You were
I
just,
went- I went in the house briefly when we first got there, and I know they were setting up, but I don't know where all they put the dummy or shot the dummy or anything like that.
okay. So you're the one that found the bullet in the basement, yes?
Yes.
You've testified to that. And the dummy was shot in 2 different locations in the house, yes?
I don't know how many places it was shot, or I don't know. I don't know where they put it. I wasn't inside the house when the dummy was shot. Sorry.
You were the second in charge detective on this crime scene on July the 5th. Where was Mr. Farris shot?
I can't testify to where Mr. Farris was shot.
You can testify to where you think he was shot.
I am not going to comment on what I think.
You need to answer the question.
I will comment on what we know.
I need you to answer, Judge. He's not answering the question.
Judge, it's technically an opinion.
Are y'all objecting to?
I'll let him answer.
Well, that's
That's
what I
fine.
expected
Yeah,
your
that's
response
fine.
was. Otherwise, you would have objected to it being speculative. But if you're not objecting, then he can testify to it
I'm
if he
fine
can.
with answering the question if he can. If he's comfortable.
Can you repeat the question?
You were the second in charge detective. Number 1, Hayes. Number 2, Kuykendall on the 5th, yes?
I don't necessarily know if could necessarily specify number 2. Was I assisting Detective Hayes? Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you think Gary Farris was shot?
I look at the evidence and I know that there's blood evidence at the top of the stairs going down the stairs, and there's blood evidence at the bottom of the stairs. And I know that a projectile was found in the flesh of Gary Farris, who was on the fire. And I know a projectile was found with blood on it in the basement. So those are the facts that are known. What conclusions can be drawn? Anyone can draw the conclusions from that, but I don't necessarily have I think this happened or my opinion is this, because we deal with fact, and those are the facts.
So you just don't know.
I can't testify that I know exactly where he was shot, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Redirect.
I don't have any redirect, Judge, but we do have something we need to take up outside the
All right. Well, we're going to take a break anyway, so y'all can step out.
just were made aware of some information. I got emails and texts from Captain Hands and CID that I need to talk to the defense about, and I've never been in this situation.
It could be newly discovered evidence was substantial.
Okay. All right, y'all gonna take a break. Then are y'all planning on doing the Zoom with us next?
I want to get Addison in. She has to be. Oh, they're gone. She has to be in before 1.
I mean, that's fine.
Okay. Yes, she
But
would. Be
y'all have
next.
another live witness
After that,
We do. Yes.
y'all, but y'all plan to do her next.
Addison next, Judge.
Addison will be next. Yes,
Okay.
and then Ashley.
Well, then we'll take I'll tell them we're gonna take probably a 20-minute break. If y'all need a little bit longer, let me know. That way we can get the phone call set up.
Yeah. The whole.
Okay, we'll do that, Judge.
Y'all can
Let me
go
bring this.
wherever.
Are you going to
Y'all need the
start
conference room next door?
Judge, are you going to start working on the technology? for
Yeah.
Zoom?
Yeah. Do we have the?
I've already got that set up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't touch anything.
If we could have the conference
Yeah,
room
right.
next door.
That would be good, Judge. Yes.
Can y'all? Is the conference room next door
I was asked to give Mr. Farris.
Okay.
Projectile was found in the flesh of Gary Farris, who was on the fire, and I know a projectile was found with blood on it in the basement. So those are the facts that are known. What conclusions can be drawn? Anyone can draw the conclusions from that, but I don't necessarily have I think this happened or my opinion is this, because we deal with fact, and those are the facts.
So you just don't know?
I can't testify that I know exactly where he was shot, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Redirect?
I don't have any redirect, Judge, but we do have something we need to take up outside the presentation.
All right, well, we're gonna take a break anyway, so y'all can step out.
Just were made aware of some information. I got emails and texts from Captain Hands and CID that I need to talk to the defense about, and I've never been in this situation.
It could be newly discovered evidence was substantial.
Okay. All right, y'all gonna take a break. Then are y'all planning on doing the Zoom with us next?
I want to get Addison in. She has to be, they're gone. She has to be in before 1.
Oh, I mean, that's fine.
Okay, yes, she would be
Y'all have
next.
another live witness?
After that,
We do, yes.
But is y'all planning to do her next?
Addison next, Judge.
Addison will be next, yes,
Okay.
and then Ashley.
Well, then we'll take I'll tell them we're gonna take probably a 20-minute break. If y'all need a little bit longer, let me know. That way we can get the phone call set up.
Yeah, phone.
Okay, we'll do that, Judge.
Y'all can
Let me
go
bring this.
wherever.
Are you going to?
Y'all need the conference room next door?
Judge, are you going to start working on the technology? for
Yeah.
Zoom?
Yeah. Do we have the?
I've already got that set up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't touch anything.
If we could have the conference
Yeah,
room
right.
next door.
That would be good, Judge, yes.
Can y'all? Is the conference room next door
Okay, so let's pick up on dropping Ella off.
I assured them that everyone. All right, we're going to get back started. We think we have. All right, we're going to get back started. We think we have found the gremlins and expunged them for now. Everyone believes that the issue is my Mac. I assured them that it's not the case, but they always want to, that's the first thing they want to try to eliminate when we start trying to get this to work. And basically it's the technology doesn't like, there's so many different pieces that are being plugged in. And when we're doing a hybrid hearing of some sort, bringing in a witness from outside or something, it's difficult and complicated. It worked fine back during COVID when we were all off-site and all on Zoom and we all had our own devices. And then it was just whoever's connection didn't work had the problem. And if, so anyway, we have rebooted the whole thing and basically decided, or I've decided that the best way to do it is for this, if we're doing someone remote, it needs to be the very first thing we do before we start switching inputs on the system, because that's when I think it goes sideways. With all that, Ms. Frankish, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State recalls Addison Farris.
All right, Ms. Farris, you're previously sworn, so you're still under oath, okay? And you can hear us all fine.
Can.
All right. I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, Addison, we're kind of going to pick up where we left off. Did you have a chance, and I think there might be a little bit of a delay, so I'm going to give you a second before you answer me. Did you have an opportunity to review your forensic interview? I believe it was in 2019.
I did.
Okay, and was that helpful to refresh your recollection?
It was.
Okay. I'm going to start. We've already discussed you live in Maine. You do not live in Georgia, right? Did you come to visit your father, Chris Farris, in the summer of 2018?
I did.
And specifically in the month of July?
Yes.
What date did you arrive in July?
We flew in the morning on Tuesday the 3rd.
And we provided you, I believe it was Riley 1, the calendar of July.
Yes.
Is that helpful to refer to as well?
It was, yes.
Okay. Who is we? You said we flew in. Who's we?
My sister Ella and I.
All right. When you flew in, what did you do? What was the first thing you did?
I don't remember the first thing that we did. I'm not sure what we did after we flew in.
Ultimately, did you go to your dad's apartment?
Yes.
Prior to going to his apartment, did you travel up to Cumming or the Alpharetta area?
I can't remember if we dropped, I know that we dropped Ella off in that area. I can't remember if we did that before or after we went to the apartment.
Okay, so let's pick up on dropping Ella off. Who went and dropped Ella off in that area?
My father and I.
And after dropping Ella off, what did your dad and you do?
We went to my grandparents' farm.
Where was that? What city was that in?
I think it's technically Marietta. It's or Alpharetta. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in kind of northern Atlanta area. Is that fair to say? All right. Who lives at the farm? Who lived at the farm at that time?
My grandmother Melody, my grandfather Gary, they lived in the house, and then my uncle Scott lived above the barn.
When you and your dad went to visit, who did you see there?
We saw my grandfather and my grandmother. We didn't see Scott.
Okay. And what were they doing when you arrived?
My grandfather was outside, and my grandmother was inside, so she didn't come out until, I saw my grandfather first, and then I saw my grandmother.
And what did you do while you were there?
I don't really remember. I remember I hadn't seen them in a while, so I remember, just giving hugs and them saying that I looked like I was more grown up, because they hadn't seen me in a couple months. I don't remember how long we were there, what we did.
At some point, did you communicate with Melody, your grandmother, that you wanted to stay at the farm while you were there visiting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So once you left the farm that evening, where did you and your father go?
We went back to the apartment, I think, and then all I know, I went through my Snapchat memories, and I have a video at the ice cream place at 8 p.m. So I know that that's one thing that we did, but other than that, I'm not sure.
And that was the night of the 3rd?
Yes.
After seeing your grandparents?
Yes.
Did you spend the night at your dad's apartment that night on the 3rd?
Yes.
And do you remember if you slept with anyone or where you slept that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it be typical for you to sometimes sleep with Jenna when you stayed over at your dad's apartment?
Yeah, usually.
So if you possibly may have stayed with her that night?
Yeah, so, I mean, I would sleep in the same bed as my dad sometimes. I would sleep in the same bed as Jenna sometimes. I didn't really like sleeping alone. I had nightmares, so.
Okay. The next morning would have been July 4th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you and your dad and Jenna do that morning? Or tell us about how that morning began.
I don't remember waking up that morning. Yeah, I mean, it was so long ago.
Sure. At any point, this is kind of a big event in Atlanta, at any point did you possibly go and watch the Peachtree Road Race?
I do remember doing that. I remember walking down and standing there for a little bit, but I don't have a lot of details about it. It's pretty clouded. So.
Okay. Let's go to later that day. Do you remember anything about what you did on the 4th during the day?
I know that we went to the pool. I also have a picture of me at the pool on my Snapchat. And that was around 1 p.m. That we were at the pool.
At any point on the 4th, did you travel back up to the farm?
Not until I was dropped off to sleep over there.
Okay. Do you remember, and you don't have to give a specific time, was that early evening, early afternoon, late evening, to the best of your ability?
I think it was early evening, or maybe late afternoon, but I'm not sure when we actually went.
Okay. Who took you up there?
My dad.
Was anyone else with you when your dad drove you up there?
I don't think so.
All right. And when you arrived, did your dad stay and hang out? Do you remember what that drop-off was like?
So we went through Wendy's to get something to eat, and then I sat down at the table with Cameron and ate that and caught up with her. And I'm pretty sure, I think my dad came in for a couple seconds just to make sure I was settled, but if he did, it was short.
Did your dad eventually leave and you were there with Cameron and Melody?
Yes.
All right. Did you communicate with Melody? Did you have your own phone in 2018?
I did.
And did you communicate with Melody over that phone?
Yes, I texted her.
Okay. At this time, Judge, state moves to tender State's Exhibit AF1.
No objections? All right, go ahead. Submitted.
All right, Ms. Farris, I'm going to show you an exhibit. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen these before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell me whose number this is up here?
That's my number.
All right. And then you have this number saved as Melody Farris?
Yes,
All right. Is that who you're communicating with in these messages?
it is.
All right. If you could read text message, and I'm referring to this number over here, number 1 for me.
Hey, Cameron and I want to have a sleepover at the farm tonight. If it works out, would that be okay with you?
And what was the response you received from Melody?
How about tomorrow night?
Okay. And this is on what date?
That is on the 3rd of July.
Okay. And what was your response to her?
That's fine.
Okay, so moving down to the 4th. Did you, can you, if you could read this message that you sent to Melody on the 4th?
Is a sleepover at your house tonight still on?
And what was her response?
Yes, sweetie, it is.
Okay. And you said, okay, great. And then we also have some calls right here. Did you and her kind of call back and forth that evening?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing for right now. Okay, Addison, when you and Cameron got to the farm that night, what was it that you were looking to do while you were there? What did you and Cameron want to do?
I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I wanted to see the animals. I wanted to get in the hot tub because I think that was fairly new. And I wanted to drive the Kubota.
So in order to do those things, what did you and Cameron, did you need to have someone with you? Could you not drive the Kubota yourself? Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So the last time I had driven the Kubota when I was in Georgia, I crashed into a tree. So I was very nervous about driving it again, and I wanted to drive it with my grandfather because he had driven it with me before, and it made me feel a lot more comfortable driving it. So I wasn't going to drive it without him.
Could you find your grandfather?
No.
Did you actively look for him?
I believe we did, me and Cameron. We went down into his office to look for him, just like pretty much throughout the house, because I remember asking my grandmother where he was because I wanted to drive the Kubota, and she said that she didn't know and that we should maybe look around.
Okay. Did you ever find him? Okay. Did you ever reach out to him on your phone?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So once you couldn't find him, what did you and Cameron decide to do?
We ended up sitting in the movie room, the TV room, and we just were on our phones and talking for a while. I think it was a couple hours that we were down there.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and share AF1 again. And at some point, did Melody text you to kind of clean up for the night?
Yes.
Okay, is that what this message is here in number 11?
Yes.
Okay. And what time was that?
That was at 8:26 p.m.
All right. Did you guys go out on the property before getting in the shower?
So in my initial interview, I said something about seeing the goats, but I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I know that in between the time of us being in the theater room and taking a shower, we didn't. But I don't know if there was any time before we were sitting in the theater room if we went out.
Sure. So then after you sat in the theater room for a while and went to clean up, what did you and Cameron do after that?
We hung out in the room upstairs for a bit and waited for my grandmother to fall asleep so we could get in the hot tub.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you check to see if how did you know she was asleep?
We kind of crept downstairs, and I looked at her door, and it was closed, and she wasn't on the main level of the house anywhere. So I assumed that she was sleeping in her room.
And then you went in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out in the hot tub, I mean, was it dark? Was it bright? What was it like out there?
It was dark.
Could you see any flames or fires?
No.
Did you see any smoke?
No, but honestly, we were on our phones the entire time we were in the hot tub.
So you weren't really looking for smoke or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I want to talk about a little bit about your relationship with Melody prior to this. Did you know Melody to have multiple phones?
I did.
Okay. Did you ever ask her why she had another phone?
No.
Did you know why she had another phone?
I assumed that it had something to do with the rumors about her cheating on my grandfather, but I never asked. I never would ask her about that.
Okay. Would she use this phone openly in front of you?
So there was like I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So, when you woke up the next morning on the 5th, well, what did you guys do after the hot tub?
We dried off, went right back up, changed into our pajamas, and went to sleep.
All right. What did you do when you got up the next morning?
I'm not quite sure exactly what we did. I know that we didn't get up for a while. I think we woke up pretty late, and we made the bed. I know that from my first interview, and then I called my dad, and Cameron called Amanda, because I think we were ready to be picked up.
Okay. What was the next thing you remember on that morning on the 5th?
I remember my dad, Amanda showed up first, and then my dad did, and they were pretty concerned with the fact that we couldn't find my grandfather. So it kind of turned, and then Scott eventually kind of joined. It was like a little search party, and we ended up just like searching all of the places on the property, until we eventually found the burn pile, and then I went back up into the room upstairs.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, or what you can remember of finding what happened when the burn pile was discovered?
So, my dad, myself, and Cameron were on the Kubota, driving, and we drove down through the woods a little bit until we kind of got to the burn pile. We weren't super close to it. I didn't actually see the burn pile. But I just saw my Uncle Scott and my grandmother standing on each side of the burn pile, and my Uncle Scott looked at my dad like he was like really pale, and he looked at him, and I think he said something about getting us out of there, or I don't know what he said, but because it happened so quickly. And then my dad turned the Kubota around and brought us back up to the house and told us to go upstairs and to not come out until he said we could.
And after that, were you kept apprised of everything that was happening after that, or were you not necessarily updated?
My dad wasn't texting me or anything. It was just me and Cameron up in the pink room. That's what we called it. It's the guest room that we stayed in. But it had a big window, so I could see, after a couple minutes, I could see police officers and paramedics walking by. And at that time, I was on FaceTime with my sister. But I was kept in the dark. I didn't know what was going on.
Was that really the last involvement you had in the case?
Yes.
That's all I have for you, Allison. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray.
Good morning, Addison. My name is Michael Ray. I represent your grandmother. All right, I just got a few things for you, okay? When you got to the house on the 3rd, you saw Gary driving the RTV, right?
I didn't see him driving it. I didn't see him driving it. I know that he was using it because he was working on the farm.
Yeah. And you had stated in your interview that he was burning recycle, you thought?
Yeah, that's what I remember. He was all sweaty, and he had something that he was burning in the back of the Kubota. I don't remember what.
Okay. And do you remember? I know you were 11, I think, when this all when it happened. Do you remember what time you and your dad got to the farm?
I don't.
Do you think would it have been before or after you sent the text message to Melody about staying the night?
I think it was before.
So did you send the text message about spending the night before you got to the farm or after you left the farm?
I think I sent that text message after I left the farm.
Okay, so you and Chris went to the farm, and then your testimony is you sent the text message to Melody after you left.
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember how far is it from where you were staying at when you were here to the farm?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. But anyway, so y'all set up the sleepover for July the 4th that afternoon, right?
I believe so, yes.
And I think Ms. Frankus had showed you the text messages.
Yes.
And showed your grandma responded saying, "Yes, sweetie."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, moving up to the 4th, you had stated, I don't think Ms. Frankus asked you, that you stated in your interview you went and saw the goats, but now your testimony is you don't know if you went and saw the goats when you got to the farm on the 4th.
I don't have any recollection of seeing the goats, so I'm not sure.
Okay, but you do understand, or you do recognize that you said in your interview that y'all went and saw the goats.
I do recognize that, yes.
Okay, because the DA's office sent you a copy of your interview, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay, did you listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you and Cameron started looking around, seeing if you could find Gary at the house, you didn't notice any blood upstairs or downstairs, right?
No.
You didn't notice any bullets in the basement?
No.
Okay. Didn't notice any gunshot holes?
No.
Didn't notice any? Didn't notice
We
any?
weren't looking for.
Oh,
I'm
just asking, but you didn't see anything either while y'all were looking.
No.
Okay. You didn't notice anything out of place in Gary's office?
No.
And then y'all hung out in the movie room for several hours before you went to get in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see in that text message, I think you said it was 8:26 when Melody said it's time to take a shower?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You gotta say out loud. We can't take.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Is that a yes?
Yes.
About 8:26. Okay. And then after everybody was, after y'all had both showered, Melody came downstairs to check on y'all and stated, "Let's settle in," and because she's going to go to sleep. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. There's only it's bits and pieces. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But it's sometime between 9 and 10 you thought Melody was asleep, right? Because that's when you and Cameron went to the hot tub. And nothing out of the ordinary being in the hot tub.
No.
Now on the 5th, when you woke up, Amanda got there first, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all have any plans that day, or were you just going to go, you and Cameron just going your separate ways, or did y'all have like a girls' day planned?
I don't remember having a girls' day planned. I don't think my dad would have come to pick me up if we had a girls' day planned.
Okay. Was your dad planning to come and pick you up before y'all started looking for Gary and all of those things?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, Amanda arrived at the house first, right?
Yes.
And y'all started looking around because she asked where your grandfather was?
Yes.
Okay. So now it's you, Cameron, Melody, and Amanda.
Yes.
Then eventually, Chris and Scott.
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever recall hearing Scott saying anything about a missing gun?
No.
Now, you stated in your interview that when Chris and Scott arrived, they're the ones that essentially initiated the search. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Ray, shift just a little bit so that she can see on the camera and the sound can also get you.
Oh, I don't got my glass. I'm assuming I'm up there. I can't
You
see
are.
myself.
Just
Can you hear me okay, Madison?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Chris and Scott initiated the search. You talked about that with Ms. Frankish. Hopping up to the two cell phones, you and Ella both knew about Melody having two cell phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that the Farris family, in and of themselves, there's always a lot of drama going on.
You could say that.
There's a lot of gossip amongst the family members.
Most of it was true, which is.
Sure. But you knew about the affairs too.
Yes, everyone did.
Yeah, so everybody knew about these affairs. Let me ask you this though: did you know about Gary's affairs?
No,
Didn't? Had you ever heard the name Angela Phillips?
I have not.
Have you ever heard the name Joanne Ward?
No.
Okay. After you left on the 5th, I know you went home and back to the condo in Buckhead. You recall stating that your dad kept trying to get information about the case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling during your interview that your dad also questioned you about the case?
Yeah, I think I did say that. I'm sure he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this too. With because you weren't interviewed in this case until August of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement or anybody reach out to you while you were in Maine about interviewing you? No, granted, I know you were 11 or 12 at the time, so to the best of your knowledge, do you know if they reached out?
I have no idea.
And so you weren't interviewed for a year later, over a year later. How often did you talk to your father in between that year, in between going back to Maine and coming back?
Our contact kind of fluctuates. Maybe once a week I would talk to him, but we didn't really talk about what happened.
Okay, so he didn't, once you had left and went back to Maine, he didn't talk to you about what happened?
No, not really.
Well, he had to talk to you about something, or your mom did, because You found out your grandmother was arrested, correct?
Yes, my mom told me about that. That's all the information that I was given, but that was through my mom.
Okay. But your mom had to learn it from somebody, right?
Yes,
I'm assuming, did she learn it from your dad, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got, Judge.
All right, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Addison, when Melody texted you about having the sleepover the following night, what did you think about that?
I thought it was kind of weird.
Why was that?
She never said no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Wasn't it, Addison, wasn't
Wait, get up there first.
Wasn't it true that when you came down, that you were grounded?
No.
Action and relevance?
Well, she said no, so.
Okay, yeah, it was no. With, and also just one other thing. When you got down here, y'all literally went straight from the airport, dropped off Ella, then went to the farm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was after you left the farm, headed back to Buckhead, you asked about spending the night?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you.
She was on for the whole time y'all were on a break. While we were working on the equipment. All right, let's turn this off. Goodness. All right, y'all got anything else? All right, y'all need a break? Y'all good? All right, yes.
We just talked about one piece of evidence.
All right.
Water or anything up there, Ashley, or something. Raise your right hand. Yeah. Judge Matt begins, okay? Go ahead. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your full name for the record, if you would,
It's Ashley Gordon Pope,
and spell it, if you would.
ASHLEY.
Where do you work right at the moment?
I currently work for Cherokee Fire and Emergency Services as an arson investigator.
How long have you been doing that?
Been over there in November, it'll be about 5 years.
And before you worked as a firefighter, or in the fire department, where did you work?
I work for Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm not a firefighter, I'm a fire investigator.
I apologize. Will they claim you as a firefighter or just an investigator?
I think you'll probably claim me as an investigator.
Before you were investigating fires, did you investigate crimes?
Yes, sir.
When did you start at the sheriff's office?
Started at the Sheriff's Office in January 2007.
Where'd you go to the academy?
North Central.
How long was that?
I think it was probably 10 weeks at the time.
The jury's kind of heard how some people start out in the jail and stuff like that. Where'd you
Yes,
start?
sir. I started in the jail, worked in there about 18 months.
And then after you got out of the jail, what'd you do?
I was fortunate enough to transfer straight into Cherokee Narcotics Seaman's.
What is CMAX? What's that?
So Cherokee Multi-Agency Narcotics Squad.
And you're a narcotics investigator?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you work dope, as we say, did you learn a bunch of different skills?
Yes, sir, I did.
What type of things did you do when you were in narcotics?
I acted undercover, I managed informants, I worked street level narcotics, I worked drug trafficking organizations, things like that.
Did you have to go undercover at all?
Yes, sir, but the first year or so.
Did you get disheveled and grow out your face, your beard, facial hair, and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Did you wear kind of dirty clothes at times and go and make drug deals?
Yes, sir.
Did you flip informants?
Yes, sir.
Did you work with informants?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
One of the key parts of working narcotics is developing information. That's done by utilizing people who are within the drug trade and cultivating them to become informants to provide information to further investigations and to cultivate other leads.
Now, when you work with informants, did you find that informants are people too?
Yes, sir.
And they have different personalities?
Yes, sir.
Some easy to talk to?
Yes, sir.
Some hard to talk to?
Definitely.
Some need more persuasion or convincing to do something than others?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I were to ask you, based on the evidence in this case, if someone would say you were a good cop or bad cop, which do you think they would say you were?
I was definitely the bad cop.
Do you remember Rusty Barton?
Distinctly.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Rusty at times?
Yes, sir. I conducted a lot of conversations with Rusty.
If you look on that board right there, we've got some dates written down. Now, July 6, 2018, that Friday, the TBI interviewed Rusty. I don't believe you're involved in that. Is that right?
No, sir.
July 10th, 2018, July 24th, 2018, August 2nd, 2018, and then June 25th, 2019. Were those interviews that you were involved in?
Yes, sir.
During the investigation, though, before we get to the interviews, kind of tell the jury just real quickly, what did you do when it came to Georgia side? Not the interview in Rusty, but what did you kind of do before you got there?
I was introduced to the investigation on that Friday the 6th. I was requested to author search warrants and obtain search warrants to seize Gary Farris's bank accounts.
Now, you were a sergeant at the time in the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
And did you work with Detective Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Y'all not only colleagues, were y'all friends?
Yes, sir.
Y'all kid, kind of give each other a hard time, but do y'all get along?
Yeah, I think we get along pretty good. We're friends.
And when you work together, do y'all have similar styles or different styles?
I think that we have complementary styles.
Okay. You have skills and he has skills, different, but both have the ability to do certain things?
Yes, sir.
Was he the lead detective in the case?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at in the chain of order or type of seniority in this type of case?
So I was a sergeant at the time of this. I was running a different unit within criminal investigations.
What were you doing there at that time?
I was over white collar crimes. Yes, sir.
Financial crimes and things like that?
Yes, sir.
RICO cases and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
All right. When this crime occurred, why were there so many people involved in this from law enforcement?
This was a grand scale investigation with a lot of parts in it. The property was large, but there's also a lot of moving pieces.
And at some point, did you go after the scene the day, July 5th, when Gary was found?
I do not believe I did. I believe the first introduction was on the 6th.
Did you work with Detective Kuykendall?
Yes, I believe that was the 7th on a Saturday.
Were you with him when y'all interviewed, was it Terry Braswell and Sherry Cooper?
Yes, sir.
What else did you do Georgia side in the case?
Georgia side, I did those interviews with Sergeant Kuykendall and the search warrants. I went to the scene at one time when they were closing out the search warrant.
And then maybe about a year later, I think we saw you in a video where they're doing some test fires.
Oh, yes, sir.
But is it fair to say that the main part that you did in this case was trying to convince Rusty to give you some information?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
July 10th and July 24th, during those, were those the introductory interviews with Rusty?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury when you first met Rusty, how did he come across to you?
Rusty kind of presented himself as a typical kind of Southern guy that grew up in a rural town. He presented as a salesman, as somebody that was distinctly and immensely loyal to people, and that he lived a life based off his reputation.
Was he from that small town, that area in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
When you first met with him, did you and Hayes have a kind of a plan of what y'all were going to do to see? Did you know how receptive he was going to be to law enforcement?
We did make some deductions by listening to the July 6th interview when we were driving from Cherokee County to Tullahoma. It's about a 3.5 hour drive.
What did you cull from that interview when it came to what he was going to be like?
Well, when Detective Hayes and I was developing our strategy, I noted something very specifically in that interview, that when TBI agent Williams kind of challenged Rusty on some things that he said she was pushy. So Detective Hayes and I decided that it would be a good strategy and a good tactic for me to be the bad cop and for him to be the good cop.
Now, did it come natural to you?
I must admit it, I can access it when I need to.
When you met with Rusty, tell the jury about how, at what point did it trigger with you that you're like, I've got to do something to see if I can get some more information from him?
Well, it was predetermined by Detective Hayes and I that the first chance that I got to be the bad cop, be that arrogant, assertive cop in the challenging, we were going to do that. And that related to cell phones.
At some point, did you ask Rusty whether or not you could look at his cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember what you said to him about that?
Pretty fair, yeah, pretty accurately, I think I did.
we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
David Kester on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Connie Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Becker against Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir. If you want to test it out, Mr. J.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on month. Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
We're good, State. Judge.
Okay, all right. Anything else, state, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-A-N-B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2016. I think the divorce was 2017, I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently, Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres?
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30?
Yes.
On 2/24/2020?
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and once again, I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I, at that time, told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation, no. I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there, I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir, you're subject to recall.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when to come back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes. Members of the jury, we'd appreciate your patience for a few moments while the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far. Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
Permission to publish 3?
You may do so.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Frank Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? France, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send a line for the fire department, do not hang up.
Location emergency.
That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right, okay.
It's Gilwood Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case when we were playing, and like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay, listen, we're getting number 13. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Okay, yeah, man, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the person now? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay.
Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
No, nothing happened. He's purple.
okay, listen to me. This is the first thing of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is
And
it?
is he available?
No.
All right, are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, let me listen, okay, ma'am, listen, so this is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay.
Yes, I did.
All right, okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? Please, you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hand on top of that hand.
Betty, I'm telling you. Just like that, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, your girdle.
Okay. Listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your other hand on top of that hand. We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to do it twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is nice to me.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just keep pumping his chest. Count out, I'll take a count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay, keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me contact.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We're playing speed.
Oh. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
All right, just keep on pumping the chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We were playing hide and seek. He was in the cafeteria. Okay. But unfortunately, he's been down too long. This is recording him. Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right. Yes, that's my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of medical? No. No, not that. Hello?
Hey, man, the 5 take care of you, okay? Okay, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, you still there? Hello? Calling back 407-716-8684, reference to mobile data. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
State your call, Abraham Moreno.
Mr. Moreno, raise your right hand and sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, Abraham, last name is Moreno, Moriano.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there, her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused, she's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase. And I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself
How long was this conversation?
for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek, they had drank, she was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs, she went to sleep, she woke up, she doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right, on the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him, what content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
Okay. So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir, in preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, You told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing.
As I recall, yes.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute, and the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time, if we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
What was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as stage G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
In Your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
Hello there. Hi. You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you guys, get some information. I know, that's my, the property manager, I don't know if I should go. Tell him really quick, or so he knows what's going on? Where's he at? And he wants that in. Oh, don't worry about that, we'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, Lou. I'm gonna go, okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you, 1 second. At the time, that you called it? Yeah. Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect. County 220. 220, go ahead. 707 at 1307. Can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend? Yes, because for like 3.5 years. What happened? He and I, we drank last night. Can you pass this to the, around to the SB guys? Stop. They need to sign that for sure. They're with me. Oh, they're not even, okay. No. Each of them has to, because this might be a real thing. So each of them has to put their name. Normally we all I just put everybody.
Yeah, you know, real quick.
What's going on? I just got here to fill me in.
No problem. Like, you and I were putting a puzzle together, we've been doing some artwork together.
You were putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried getting your back. The problem is I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found it.
Before you called?
Yeah.
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him, and I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband or your
Yes.
ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you live at?
Right down the street.
Okay.
So you were playing and who did some of it? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, no, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I don't know if it's some kid or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what. What kind of medical conditions did you have? None that I know of. Nothing that you know of. None that I know of. No, no. Okay. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Do a ton of artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened. Okay. So I don't know if you had a heart attack or what in there, but they don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. And then I called him while I was doing CPR. What time did you start? Probably, you know what, ballpark? Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so caught out right now. Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with paper, okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here? Was he here by himself? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to speak to her. They were playing hide and go. This is what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, go ahead. What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with... Here, come here. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Here, come on, let's go outside. Come on. Come on.
Good boy.
Cutie. Thank you, brother. I'm sure it's empty, but just want to make sure. Okay. I'll put my glove on. Touch anything.
Orange County.
Sheriff's office. Right over here. Let me check this closet. Is that a garage? That's a garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? Sheriff,
Just give us a second, okay? It's on the counter. I can't move anything from out of the house. Look here, I want you to sit down, because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? I don't water. I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet, because I don't want you passing out. I need water. Okay, I'll get some for you.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 5.
You may proceed.
Let's go ahead and start making the calls. Now, could you go ahead and give me his last name, Torres? Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. R3D. His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. Boone. First name? Sarah. Sarah. Birth date? 10/10/77. So, you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting us together, doing artwork.
Puzzles, artwork.
We had a bottle of wine and they decided to play hide and seek. So he
What
gets,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was
So
in
you
the
guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek?
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny a little bit?
It was. We both were laughing about it. And
Okay.
then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
Ballpark, what time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we think of jobs,
Yeah, he did tell me.
fight, all that good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And
what
he
time
gurgled.
this morning
He
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way up here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called
Yes.
us? Okay.
And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you had to do CPR, you were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay, all right. Here, I want you to sit back down, because I don't want
Can I
you...
have one more sip of water?
Yes, go ahead.
That personal 29 residential audible +3 0 Island Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Have a carpenter cancel medication for front door. Right there, the motors unit on the channel. The cups are right there. Air 44 and the motors.
Sit right there, don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh, I
now,
won't,
okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it, secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just a cup, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him out. He came back in? So there's no fence then? Corporal asked me to give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb, I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Wanna talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were gonna come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're gonna ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. My understanding you reside here? Okay, is it just you, okay. Your former husband, okay. But you reside here with George and then your son lives with you or lives, there's 50-50? Yeah. Okay. So from what, has told me, she explained, last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided, you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then.
Was your son home at the time, or? Okay.
No, with my, with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play, we just did it like that, like, we were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So, he decided to get in the suitcase, so I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and he fell asleep. So this morning when I was this afternoon, when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop, really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this afternoon,
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
okay.
I just laid in bed for a little while, and then I eventually came downstairs, confused about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out, and I stretched him out, and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The person on the phone had me do the concussions continually, so I can count with him until you guys showed up.
Okay. And so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have you see him a bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner. Sure, some beer, and we'll play a board game with him. We'll play from there. But I mean, it's not like
A couple of beers a day?
I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having anything to do with it. Like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to them. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I drove up to the convenience store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you could walk there.
Does he have any history of using drugs? I know he doesn't now, but you said he doesn't,
I
right?
don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never
No.
seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He had to have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital
from that. And then I talked him into going to see like the regular physician, so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery I think was at this point, what, 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was gonna start picking some of the, what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay, you guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
We
after?
were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this is his head and then his feet right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
And we were playing.
Understandable, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am
Why
afraid
is that?
for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is
No.
that, okay.
That's
So
what
no one's gonna know until, we will be making that notification, so
they're going to
it's,
kill me.
okay,
Do
well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school, and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your gun to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Okay.
All right, we're going to go aside if that's
Yes,
okay.
please, but can you guys keep me posted?
Of
So I
course.
know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll be
are.
later
They're
on.
going to, okay.
It'll be
You'll know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to kill me,
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
okay? This was, okay?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come to talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of our jury, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Bless you. State, anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Time had passed.
What format did they receive this
So
geofence data
the
information
geofence
in?
data was raw data. The extractions we
But
provided.
did y'all have correlation? I'm sorry, just easier way to do it.
That's fine.
Did y'all have information that correlated these IDs to specific devices?
They did.
That's
They
part
had
of the-
phase 1, 2, and 3. Yes.
The documents we gave you, that's what we got those.
Well,
There were more.
what,
There were several folders and documents.
right, what I have in my hands doesn't give me any correlation as to what this
We
information.
we didn't know what it meant, Judge. We still really don't, so. That's
And-
why we're not- not-
So is there anything, my question is there anything anywhere that says that y'all turned over that correlates this device ID, the 211-181-353, to Gary Farris's cell phone?
Yes. There's an unmasking. So it's in 3 phases, and I might need Miss Harris to walk through these.
I have, y'all gave me this third sheet, but that third sheet, to my
So the
view-
sheet that you have, so then there are subscriber information sheets.
Right, that's what I have.
And those will have the,
Okay.
the
there is
Google account ID is on the subscriber sheet.
Kind of. All right, the sheet that I see turns the Google account ID into a number in some kind of, like when you go too far on your calculator and it doesn't have enough room,
Like
and
a-
it gives you the E.
Oh.
That's what's on the ID that y'all just gave me.
Oh.
That's not an actual number.
Oh, no. So that's an Excel spreadsheet, and if you open the field, it's the full number.
Okay.
So
All right.
I can, yes, and so each Google subscriber has the Google account ID, and that's the ID on that form. So then you just look at the subscriber form and say, oh, this ID is Addison, this ID is Gary, and that's on the Google subscriber information.
So, all right. So let's. Y'all, at a minimum, are going to have to get an expert to look at this.
Right. And this entire time, we never got a report from the state with any meaning to it. If we would have gotten this 6 months ago, we of course could have gotten an expert. The state wants us to go get it's their case. We're supposed to get an expert to figure out what their evidence means in advance without getting a report from them.
Well, if they knew they were going to introduce it at trial, that would have been helpful. And if it had been done at a deadline, as we discussed in this case multiple times, I get things happen. Now, there's a recent case that was just published last 2 weeks ago from the Court of Appeals, where another court threw out a case based upon failing to disclose within a set deadline, but
And they said
that was
timeliness is not
that
bad faith.
unless there's bad faith, it's not. And
That's the Millen.
no one has suggested that at the moment, and I don't believe that's what's happened. But it is problematic.
Judge, may I, and I understand the court's hesitancy in this. On September 20th, we provided a drive with every witness and every exhibit, and in Ms. Harris's folder, I knew that her presentation was not finished. So I created extraction reports for the data that she was putting in there, and we reserved them the CDRs and the geofence and the Google returns. We provided them the Celebrate reader for every single cell phone dump. We provided portable cases for Axiom so they could open other digital evidence. We provided avenues in which they can open these things. When it comes to the geofence, Google Maps is essentially what our office uses to open those. We tried to do everything we could in this case to provide, and at every hearing I had mentioned, Ms. Harris is going to do a digital summary of this evidence. We just don't have it together yet because there was a lot of digital evidence. I had mentioned that numerous times. I mentioned that on September 20th again and provided a folder for her as a witness, and the data that she was using, I extracted Ms. Farris's activity into a report. I extracted her entire timeline from her phone from July 2nd to 5th. They had all of that at least by September 20th, but the numbers that were crunched by Ms. Harris when she analyzed, when she looked at those numbers and came and counted the total and counted.
Okay, you can just provide the raw data to the jury and then argue what it means in closing.
And I think that's when we've had the raw data. I understand that the state can list for me all the time. We have got hard drives on hard drive. We have spent ridiculous amount of money on hard drives in this case because the state has continued to inundate us with data that means absolutely nothing to the layperson for the last 5 years. And telling me there's going to be a report, I'm going to get you a report, Mr. Weaver. I understand that. We didn't get the report until after the trial began.
It's not a report. It's essentially her presentation to interpret.
Right, and I have to have an expert to refute this information. This is not the kind of thing that an attorney from Jasper, Georgia should know what to do or how to do. I need to get an expert to take this data and analyze it.
If you give them terabytes of raw data and don't tell them what you're going to introduce specifically, how do they know what to look at and how to correlate?
I provided, okay.
Show me what you gave them.
No.
Show me the summary that you gave them on the 20th that purported to have this.
It should be in the trial exhibits.
Oh, I don't have that drive.
We can do that home.
They were reports from Celebrate to narrow down the data and.
Judge, here, I can plug it in. You want to see it?
It was her activity.
Yeah, if you plug it in, it's going to be in that trial, the trial exhibits, Mr. Wright.
I'll just flip through.
And there's actually, there was 2 major exchanges of electronic evidence. I imagine there were both of them. Let's see which
I
one.
can go to my other example that if this were a civil case and someone was suing Pepsi and they're asking for millions of dollars because someone was in a wreck with the Pepsi truck, and we do a pretrial order that says this is the evidence and this is the evidence and we're not going to have any other evidence, and then middle of the trial new evidence is presented or a new report is presented or everybody goes insane and jumps up and down, and it's just accepted in criminal cases that this happens all the time. And the civil lawyers lose their mind over it because then they can't depose the witnesses about their reports. And there's actually a specific issue on scientific evidence in a pretrial order that says no scientific evidence will be admitted. And I have had a case where I excluded it because it was in violation of the pretrial order.
And Judge,
But in a criminal case, we just throw that out the window and don't care. It's okay to make the defense jump through, figuring out what everything means.
It could be too, Judge, that the state legislature cares more about civil defendants than it does criminal defendants.
That could also be. I'm not saying you're wrong there either, Mr. Moore. All right, Mr. Focus, what you got?
Judge, I just have the legal argument, but let's go through I know the court wants to see the exhibits.
Well,
I
have the exhibits that were attached to the motion.
I think we have more, actually.
Oh, yeah, the relevance. That's what we're talking about.
You're
Yeah,
talking
that
about
was
what did they
not-
have from
the
us?
presentation, right, was
Right.
not ready, but,
Y'all care if I just go up and
I
just show them?
provided the data that was.
And I want to stand on I want to say,
Everybody stop and talk one at a
I
time.
am not arguing that the district attorney's office and Megan Frank's expense, especially because everyone knows data comes from her, she has given me all the data. That's not what we're arguing about. They have given us every bit of data, but that report, that's what I'm talking about. The pictures that we're not showing right now that the court has. That's what I'm talking about.
Go back one folder, so that is one folder within one folder.
I've got that part.
Of here.
I know, but I don't want Ms. Frankish to think that's what I'm saying. I know you gave us all this raw data.
Well, we also gave you Celebrate to open the cell phone
Well, you have to give us
extraction.
that anyway.
And we also gave you Axiom portable cases, which Blair did all on her own.
What does that have to do with geofencing?
The geofence you can put in Google Maps. And I didn't know you had any issues with any of this, or I would have helped.
All right, I still don't know what I'm looking for.
Well, no, you guys want to come
Oh,
back
can
in?
I maybe explain what they are? What they're, can we plug it in?
So, this is, when we went, they gave us trial exhibits. And you can see it was like, that was on the 20th, the 24th, then they gave us one on the 30th. And it's organized by the defendant's name.
Right.
So you go,
Witness.
go to Harris,
Okay.
and then this is what Ms. Ringis is saying that she turned over.
Okay. All right.
Can I see what it is? Because I just want to make sure it's the one I'm looking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he has it. He showed me the date. It says trial exhibits 9/30/24.
Is that where we exchange all the evidence? Did that twice, too.
We did, and I specifically asked about Ms. Harris's, this exhibit, and she wasn't in town at that time, and it wasn't gonna be available until after she got back. But then we still didn't get it. We didn't get it till after
She
the trial.
came in town and had to work on it because she was out of town for 2 weeks.
Right, but she had 6 years before this to work on
That's not actually
It
true.
is accurate. This data has been out there for 6 years.
it. She says she's been working on it for 6 years.
This okay? This one. Plug this in so y'all can see what I'm doing. Oh, you got it unextended. Hey, there you go. All right. I can work a Windows machine. This one document that I just opened has 60,000 data points.
That's CDR. That might be a call detail record.
Oh, I don't know what it is. It's the first one I opened. It said Atlanta something. All right.
Oh yeah, those are phone records for
Right.
Gary Farris' cell phone.
Okay. So that one document has 60,000 separate entries. This one has 2,300 entries, and it's meaningless unless you take these two columns and expand them out.
Right, they're by date, I believe.
Well, again, you have to expand that out because it says 6.79E09, which doesn't mean anything again. If you were to print it out, unless you open it up and change the column width. So we're at 60-something thousand and 2,400. This one only has 269. And again, until you expand it, it doesn't mean it's almost gibberish when you're looking at it when it's expanded, but it's definitely gibberish when you're looking at it when it's closed. $260. And now, on the other side, another part of all this is, for the most part, y'all agreed to the admissibility of the majority of these records. I don't know that y'all have objected to the raw content of any of this stuff. Is that correct, Mr. Weaver?
That's correct.
This document is 116 pages. That's fairly reasonable.
You may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hands, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflect all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, raise your right hand, please stand. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Deputy John Martinez, Johnmartinez.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the Sheriff's Office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict a portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States K into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States K will be received into evidence without objection as State 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to talk. Come on.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna go to the computer's office and they'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away within any turn.
This is the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle. The lowest points in the body. Then it becomes very, that's called a health condition. It happens every day.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, you have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more on Monday, right? Yeah, you. We're gonna sign you a
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like, not intentional, like, that's what I'm scared about too, like,
We'll have all the answers, we'll have a lot more answers tomorrow, and have a budget, and we'll look at it. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah, his age, no real medical history that we
that I know
know
of.
of. For him to have passed away, we come out.
I know, yeah.
We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out, this is what we did. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out, we're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family
I just
want.
really want to see my son, like, I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but, right. So, do I just, like, sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else have you to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here, that needs to be here, the medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take the photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point, so we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork, they're gonna chat, with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you go and do that, and just go through.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
You have to. Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, we'll know, I'm not gonna just go into it without you knowing, you'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what are you just telling us? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We'll give them their number, they can contact them and get it, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
They're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you, it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family. Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marine, and then I've got another one that's in jail.
unless you run it that's Marine local.
No. Well, he in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way.
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He uses your
Yeah,
phone.
the sheriff one. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think I'll have a problem with it. So,
Well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here, if you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here if you're not feeling safe. And then we're liable.
and then so I in Philadelphia.
Well, she's in Philadelphia,
Yes. Shoot. There's gonna be a funeral.
right? That, you're talking like days and weeks.
No,
I'm talking right here, right now.
I know.
So let me do my investigation, let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know. So
I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe, okay?
Please. Okay. Well, this is. I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay, just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Like you said, you just, let them know.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Okay?
You have anyone in there?
There's nobody here, it's just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take your one. I have relief coming, so just get there.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Melissa Roughgarden.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, Melissaroughgarden.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to the evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process the evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the Sheriff's Office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your career, in your course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, Apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with the detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
Yes.
Do you recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, could we have the lights dim?
Yes.
first going to publish to you, as part of States M, picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as States 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you States 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
Showing you from States Composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken, so that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Showing you States 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Photo 32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me, this is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie And there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
From the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composite.
This is moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
And this is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
86 from the composite?
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 90 from the composite?
This is the bed within that bedroom.
Photo 97 from the composite?
This is the bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs?
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify an article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well, in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as State C and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm assuming what's been marked for identification as State C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
Yes. Pull them out to recognize the item. They're wrapped in.
Sure, just out of view from the point. What is the contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap them now. You can put them back. occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, could you open States B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
What is contained within States B?
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as states 10 without objection.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. You also had an occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States A. Tell me, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agency case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Yes.
What is inside of States A?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as States 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Can you open the inside of it? How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as a medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, and what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Okay. Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical, or whomever might read your report, that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat, you took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase, was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone, is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made, you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
Nothing further on.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas of, like, defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her?
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions?
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you. Can the parties approach? Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. And I thank you for your sacrifice and your service. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything else we need to discuss?
Not from the state.
Defense? All right, thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21. We're off the record.